we're just going to have to assume, Owen, that it's working. We have no data here on the ground. We understand the route problem here.
Too bad.
Okay. We'll see it on HRM, but we're not currently in the correct configuration, and we will advise you on that, Byron, or Owen, correction.
Okay, so we started the battery charge here at about 1 hour and 24 minutes, and over on the centrifuge, we're just now about to time out on our second centrifuge spinning, and I will take it down to the freezer.
Okay, Owen, we copy that, and you can turn back on the other DDS at any time.
Okay, we'll just leave them cleared if we're not using them.
Okay, we copy.
Space Lab, this is Marshal Operations for Owen, if you're still there.
Go ahead, Mike.
Yeah, we have some good news. We're monitoring the EPDB currents, and when you brought CPAC battery charge up, that current increased by 4 amps, exactly the right delta current to indicate that the battery charging did start. So we're delighted to see that, even though we don't have the ROW data.
Okay, certainly is encouraging. So you'll be thinking what that means in terms of CPAC ops, I'm sure, and you'll let us know a little later.
That's right. Right at this very moment, the CPAC team is thinking about all those coulombs flowing into their batteries, and I guess they're setting up a schedule that'll allow them to continue their nominal operations. Also, we had a question from Dr. Kirsch and the 026 team. They were wondering if the venous pressure signals look satisfactory during those blood data takes.
They look great on all 4 subjects, and so actually the magnitude of the venous pressure changes during breath-holding valve salvos was larger than the corresponding changes on the ground. And so I would say the experiment was probably working exactly as planned.
Thanks very much. That's also very good news. We're delighted to hear it.
Space Lab Houston with a question.
Go ahead.
Roger. We wanted to know if you had activated the IECM wake test yet.
Now let me see who's supposed to do that. Space Lab?
That's affirmative. It's in the PCAP there at 1+26.
Marshal Operations, Space Lab from the PS2.
Go ahead.
Okay, I've got the numbers here for the blood experiment. Whenever anybody's ready to copy both the hematocrit and the hemoglobins.
Go.
Okay, on the hematocrits first, starting at the bottom of the right column for MS2, which is green, I have readings of 4.5 and 4.5. For PM4.6, and that's the end of the hematocrit readings.
Okay, we copy.
Okay, and those are the labels and the colors as applied to the Space Lab and the blood collection, okay? This is not the orbiter designation, so MS2 is Garriott, PS2 is Lichtenberg, MS1 Parker, and PS1 Marable.
Understand.
And for the hemoglobin, if you're ready to copy.
Go.
Okay, I'll start with the reference, which is number 1, and I'll read across the top row to number 6, and then back from 11 to 16. Reference number 1 was 35.0. The blank spare number 2 was 101.0. Number 3, which is MS2, is 43.7. Number 4 for PS2, 43.7. Number 5, MS1, 43.4. Number 6 for PS1, 45.4. Number 11, which is the second reading on PS1, is 41.1. Number 12, second reading on MS1, is 43.9. Number 13, which is the second reading on PS2, is 46.0. Number 14, second reading on MS2, 46.8. Number 15, the second blank spare, is 908.3. And number 16, the reference is 33.6.
Byron, could you please read back numbers 6 and 11, which I believe are on PS1?
Roger, number 6 is 45.4, and number 11 is 41.1.
Real good, Byron. Thank you very much. And how is the stability of the hemoglobinometer? Was that looking all right?
Well, it's pretty much what we saw in training. It seems to come up to a peak and then slowly decline.
Just as it did in training.
Trying to be consistent. That's affirmative. I was trying to be consistent about where I read it. The other problem we have is I've tried my best to get the bubbles up to the top of the small cuvettes, but it's not always with 100% success.
Yeah, okay, I understand. There have been some suggestions of possible ways having to do with swinging the thing around with your arm or whatnot. I don't know. I guess that's the best you can do.
The PI suggested, Byron, that we put them in the centrifuge and run them at 1,000 RPMs for 1 minute, but we've got to wait for a formal okay on that, Byron.
Okay. I was able, for the most part, to get most of the bubbles up to the top by swinging it, as Mike pointed out, and that seemed to be pretty successful. But then when you finally pop it down into the spectrophotometer, it's not clear what happens to the bubbles.
Yeah, we understand, Byron. As I say, we're working that one. We'll be back with you on that one.
Bill, for your information, the spacecraft is in the VFI attitude, and I've just turned on to high rate for 1 minute and back off with the item 12, so that DTO is complete.
Okay, thank you, Owen. Appreciate it. And we're sorry about the error message that you're getting. We're working that problem, and hopefully the bell doesn't drive you crazy.
We've got out the little screwdriver and turned it down, so we don't hear any alarms to speak of at this point, since we had a continuous alarm otherwise.
That's what we suspected, Owen. And the 101 PI would like to have you periodically go by and look at his VTR and give him a readout on the counter.
Okay, Marshal Ops, we can do that.
And Byron, I have a couple of messages for you at some point when it's convenient, when you can pause your activities there, but I sure don't want to interrupt the data analysis there on your blood.
Okay, Marshal Ops, PS2 here. Mike, I'm ready for your comments.
Real good, Byron. Thanks for reading the data down, by the way. It's a big help to the investigators here. The first thing, let's see, we've got some messages from, one message from Kristen. Your daughter wanted to thank you for waving at her when you entered Space Lab. She thought you got a big thrill out of that. And second message from Lee. She thanks you very much for sending the flowers. Thought that was just wonderful. Third message is...
Very good.
Right. Third thing, we were wondering who and when performed experiment 025, if you happen to know.
We haven't checked with Brewster, Mike. Unfortunately, when I got off duty, I was really pushed, so I didn't get to it last night. We'll definitely get to it today, though.
Yeah. Okay, thanks a lot, Byron. We note that. Another question has come up at the end of the last shift, the red shift. The guys pulled off 2 VTR tapes and stowed them, and our data management people just wondered what stickers did they put on those 2 tapes so that they'll be able to recover them. You guys might not know that at all, but in case you should come across those, we'd sure like to know the numbers eventually.
Okay, we haven't seen them yet. I haven't talked to them and haven't opened the box, so if we get that info, we'll give it down to you. And Brewster confirmed that, in fact, he did do 025.
Okay, does Bruce remember about what time he did that?
I believe it was pretty much per the PCAP yesterday.
Okay, thanks.
Brewster. Yeah, Mike, this is Brewster. It was done on time. It took me an hour to get through it.
Understand. Took an hour. Thanks.
Yeah, it's really hard to make up your mind up there.
We understand. Thank you. And Space Lab, this is Marshal Ops for Byron again, if you're still have time to copy.
Stand by one, please.
Righto.
Okay, Marshal Ops from the PS2. Quick note, glad the family enjoyed the flowers, and my best to them all down there, and to you all. My notebook out, Mike. I'm ready to copy.
Real good, Byron. We had a note on some activities you're scheduled to do this evening at bedtime. You're to run Ken Money's experiment FO4, and neither the PCAP nor the ops checklist is very clear on what Ken would like you to do. But if you have some paper or the 102 FO4 checklist handy, I can try and clarify that for you if you have a pencil or pen out.
Okay, go ahead. I've got my notebook and a pencil.
Real good. The first run that they'd like you to do is with yourself as subject and Owen as the observer, with the straps tight, snug down in the aft end cone, okay? The second run they'd like you to do is, again, with yourself as subject, but with the straps loose, provided that you did retain some sense of your orientation. If during that first run, however, you found, even with straps tight, that you could not orient yourself with respect to those targets, they want you to just abandon your second run and immediately change over to having Owen as being the test subject with straps tight. And the final run...
Roger, Mike.
You have that?
We got that, and in fact, that's just as Ken briefed us a week and a half ago. I wrote that down in my notebook, so we're all set. We're all squared away there.
Oh, terrific. The only question was, did you get that briefing in? It's clear that you did. Thanks a lot.
Thanks anyway.
Space Lab Marshal Ops for Owen.
Go ahead, Bill.
Owen, we're getting a little bit of noise on the data that we're monitoring the bat charge on O2, and we'd like for you to perform a little test for us. We'd like for you to throw the battery charge off switch off for 1 minute, and then back to the charge position.
Stand by. Mark. It's off.
Copy.
Stand by. Mark. Bat charge switch back on.
Okay, we copy, Owen. Thank you very much.
Space Lab, this is Marshal Operations for Owen, if you're available.
Go ahead.
The 201 operations team thinks that their equipment is still powered up from the end of the red shift, and wonder if you could first check to see if the 201 videotape player is turned off. If it's on, could you please turn it off? And then, could you power the seat box off and stow the helmet and make sure everything is powered down according to box A16 on page A15 of the 201 procedure?
Okay, the TR is on. Stand by. I've pushed it off at the moment. However, we do still have the calibrate display light. I've been running this one for a while, so here's the power switch. I'll turn the power switch to the whole sled experiment package off. Mark, and that's gone away. The helmet is all stowed already.
Okay, I understand. The helmet's already stowed. And what's the status of the seat box? Is that switch on or off?
All switches there are off. Power monitor, email, etc. I think it's the way you want it now.
Thank you, Owen. Okay, Owen, thanks a lot. Yes, now our data shows everything powered down the way it should be. Thanks a lot.
Okay, Marshal Ops and PS2, we've finished all the tick slides, so the blood work's done for today, and we're about to stow it.
Okay, good show, Byron, and the PI really appreciates the good work you did.
Also, the readback of those numbers is real useful to the PI team. We thank you for sending those down to us.
No problem.
I guess you guys are about ready to start the TV-12 setup, putting the cameras in place for Mil-Reschke's experiment.
That's affirmed. That'll be in work shortly here.
And Byron, we will have the PI enabled on the next pass on the 104. It'd be Mil-Reschke.
Okay. Bill, a question. Where are the gloves to handle the nitrogen freezers?
Stand by.
Space Lab, this is Marshal Ops for Owen.
Oh.
Yeah, these gloves for handling the freezer samples were originally put into orbit in the HeFlex plant drawer, but they should have been taken to the middeck and left in Mike Foxtrot 1 for Mike.
Okay, I'll take a look in that locker then.
Thanks a lot.
Capcom CIC, your lead.
Marshal Ops, Space Lab for Experiment 101 people.
Go ahead.
Roger, just looked at the tape counter over here. It's reading 246.
Roger, copy 246.
Okay, Bill or Mike, can you read me from here in the tunnel?
Roger.
Okay, I've checked 1-4 Mike, and I've taken a look in the container in which the Peacock arrived, and I don't find any gloves. Now, are they inside the Peacock, or where were they supposed to be?
Gloria suggested that the stowage drawer, rather than the Peacock, was a place where we might find those gloves, but they may have also been moved. We'll ask around here and see if we can come up with any other suggestions. Space Lab, this is Marshal Ops for Owen. We just checked with Gloria Salinas, who suggests that the drawer in which they were stowed for launch was Romeo 8 Victor. That's the plant drawer in Space Lab. She also thinks they were probably moved to the middeck during the first day of the mission, but is not certain of that.
Okay, we'll continue looking. Thank you.
And Space Lab, we have you for about another 2.5 minutes, and probably we'll pick you up through S-band at about 2+50.
Okay, Bill.
And Space Lab, we'll see you in another 40 minutes. And Space Lab, this is Marshall Ops. We're with you for about 53 minutes. And Space Lab Marshall Ops, how copy? Space Lab Marshall Ops, how copy? Space Lab Marshall Ops, how copy? And in the blind, Space Lab, we are not copying you. We do have the PI enabled, and we'll try to contact you as soon as we think we've got a good log. And Space Lab, this is Marshall Ops, how copy? Space Lab Marshall Ops, how copy? We're having negative copy from you. Space Lab Marshall Ops, how copy? Space Lab, this is Marshall Ops. If you copy, please acknowledge on a DDU. Space Lab, this is Marshall Ops. How copy? Space Lab, this is Marshall Ops on air to ground 1. If you copy, please acknowledge on DDU. We have negative copy from you.
Okay, thank you. Marshall Ops, Space Lab, how do you read?
Fine, Owen. We have been having negative copy from you, but we're copying you 5 by now, Owen.
Okay, we were giving you a call. We apparently didn't have our volume up loud enough, and we're getting instrumented for 104.
Yes, we understand. And we do have a PI online, Owen. When you're ready to talk, you can just give him a call. It's Dr. Reschke.
Okay, it'll be a while before we get back with you, Mill.
Copy. And we've got you for 42 minutes, Owen.
Okay. Marshall Ops from the PS2.
Go ahead.
Now, last time you guys had a quick question about the VTR tapes. Those guys labeled them with label 2, over.
Repeat.
Roger, Bill. Last pass, Mike had a question from the Inco people about the labels on the analog video tapes that were changed out by the Red Crew. The label numbers were 1 and 2.
Good. We copy that. Thank you.
I trust that 1 came off of VTR1 and 2 came off of VTR2, or perhaps it's not known.
And Space Lab, this is Marshall Ops. We're going to see you with some real video here in about 3 plus 22. That's about 4 minutes away.
Okay, Marshall, be advised, due to time constraints, we've only got the 1 television camera set up, which is TV camera 1, and that's the one for the science views here, okay?
Okay, we copy that, Byron. Thank you. And Space Lab for Byron, are you ready for video?
I'll let you hold off a couple of minutes here, Bill. We're not quite ready yet.
Okay, give us a go.
Okay, will do. Okay, Marshall, just powered up.
And Byron, did you say you're ready?
Number 1.
Repeat that.
Okay, you could. Roger, Marshall. You can start the TV if you'd like. We're still just finishing the setup and going into the EMG checks here, so it'll be a few minutes before we get going for the experiment, but you can start the TV.
Okay, and the PI is on the line. And Space Lab, we have live TV.
Okay, yeah. Okay, Marshall, we're at the EMG check, and that looks okay. We're ready for the needle.
Real good, Byron. We copy, and we're watching you on live downlink video.
Okay.
We also have the 104 team standing by in case you have any questions.
Okay, so far so good. Just going slow, that's all.
Copy, thank you.
Columbia, Houston with you on air-to-ground 1. Columbia, Houston with you on air-to-ground 1. Space Lab, Houston, how do you read?
Yeah, it's firm, Brewster. Again, they were talking to you about an ECOS patch to take care of the route problem and also an I/O coupler problem with the subsystem computer and the subsystem DDU. Why don't you give them a call here? I'm not sure exactly what they want.
Houston, Columbia, on air-to-ground 1.
Roger, Brewster. The message I passed was the message you got there. The SSIO coupler failed. Was the subsystem DDS dropped its interface with the subsystem computer, and we're still looking at the problem. We've got no action for you right now.
Okay, I understand you don't want us to troubleshoot it right now.
That's affirmed. No troubleshooting from you at this time, and we're through with Spec 1 also.
Okay.
And the other note I
That's good,
passed...
because I put the other display up.
Okay, and the other note I had was we're trying a new patch to the ECOS computer to work around the Route 21 problem.
Okay, good luck.
Thanks.
Space Lab, this 104. Space Lab, this 104. Now, Space Lab, this 104, the picture looks really good. And Space Lab, this 104.
Roger, Experiment 104, Space Lab, go ahead.
Yeah, we got your picture now. We just want to let you know we're here. Everything looks really good.
Okay, very good. Are you getting a real-time K-band downlink data, Mill?
We're getting a display, but we haven't seen any single responses yet. Have you gotten any up there?
Negative. We're still in the checkout here.
Okay, we copy. Thank you.
And Space Lab, this is Marshall Ops. You do not have to do the analog video change out at 4 hours per your PCAP. Just delete that. It's already been accomplished.
Okay, great. Thanks, Bill.
Space Lab, this is 104. Have you been able to verify operation of the stimulator unit yet?
Negative, not yet. We've just done an EMG check, which looked okay, and we're to the needle in the plate right now.
Roger, copy.
And Space Lab, Byron, if you could just push those cables up a little bit that are above your head, if that's no problem.
Second. Okay, we're in 19K impedance right now between the plate and the needle.
Roger, copy.
And Byron, that's great. The PI thanks you.
Okay, no problem.
Long clear, guy. Okay. Okay, that's great.
Okay, Marshal Ops for Experiment 104, we're about to begin the stimulation here and see if we can get a good M&H crossover.
Okay, we copy.
Space Lab, this is Marshal Ops for Byron.
Go ahead there, Michael.
Yeah, good. I just talked to the data management people, and although we'll be going LOS in about 6 minutes, you guys are welcome to use the entire videotape on VTR number 1 to record drops for Milreshke's experiment, if you like.
Okay, all the tape on 1. How much is left, please?
It's full. We got it changed out at the end of the red shift, and you have 55 minutes remaining, actually on both recorders.
Okay.
Yeah.
We'll let you manage that start and stop. There's plenty of tape, and of course no danger of running over since you have the whole thing assigned to 104.
Okay. And Experiment 104, I don't know if you've seen the data down here. We're getting a pretty sharp M, but very, very little H.
Yeah, well, Byron, this is Dave. You're loud and clear down here. The data are coming through intact.
Okay, do you notice that as I come up here, I really get very little H? It starts right out with the M.
Yeah, there's I'm not seeing any H, or if it is, it's so small that I can barely get a little piece of it.
Okay, here's some H now.
I guess the question is whether or not that's really in the right spot or not.
Okay, that looks pretty good. We're going to go ahead and get our stimulus values now.
And Space Lab, be advised, we'll have you for about 4 more minutes on video and voice.
1 more minute. Space Lab, this 104.
Okay. Okay, 104, we've got our stimulus values. The threshold H is 2.6. Viewpoint 2 is 2.8. Viewpoint 3 is 3.0. Viewpoint 4 is 3.2. Viewpoint 5 is 3.4. Viewpoint 6 is 4.3. Viewpoint 7 is 5.1. And viewpoint 8 is 5.5.
Okay, we copy, Byron, and just before we lose you, the data really looks nice down here. Thank
Okay, that sounds real good, Bill. They said the data.
And Byron, we have you for about 1 more minute, and we'll see you over Aurora Valley for 3 minutes at about 4+0.
Okay, Bill, we copy that, and we'll put it on TV once we start the drops here.
Roger, and we copy. And we've lost TV, guys. And Space Lab Marshal Ops, we've got you for about 2 minutes through Aurora.
Okay, Bill, you're loud and clear.
Okay, and we won't have the PI this pass, but if you could give us a status.
Okay, we've finished one set of 8 drops, and everything looks real good. We're able to keep a pretty consistent control H-wave.
Roger, we copy. And we do have some good news. We think we've patched the RAL 21 problem, and it appears like we're getting some good data.
Okay, that's excellent news. Owen's jumping up and down for joy. And now while we got you here, just to let you know what happened on the recruitment curve. On the recruitment curve, we came back down and did Owen's threshold H. It had increased a little bit, so I redid viewpoint number 1 with a stimulus value of 3.0. Similarly, for the 104 people, when we started doing the drops, we did the first several drops at a stimulus level of 3.5, and after viewpoint 5, I had increased it to 4.3 to get the same H wave over.
Great, Byron, and we've got you for about 25 seconds, and we'll see you again at approximately 4 plus 18.
Okay, copy, 4 plus 18.
And thank you for the data. And Space Lab Marshal Ops, we have you for 5 plus 30 through Hawaii.
Okay, Roger, Marshal Ops, and we've just finished the drops on MS2, and we're getting ready to set up for the Sensal Temp test.
Roger, we copy that.
Marshal Ops, Bill, I'll be leaving you a sec. I'm going into the mid-deck. I'll be right back.
Okay, Byron. And Space Lab, this is Marshall Ops. We're going to lose you in about 30 seconds, and we should see in Hawaii in about 3 minutes through S-band. And Space Lab, this is Marshall Ops. We have you for about 50 minutes.
Okay, Roger, Marshall, PS2 here.
Okay, and we do have the PI enabled.
Okay, Marshall, we finished with Owen and the drops, and he's going to be doing the temperature test here for a little bit, so it'll be a little while before we get going on 104 again.
We copy.
And just a quick debriefing note for the Experiment 104 people.
Go ahead, Space Lab. This 104.
Go ahead, Byron.
Okay, through the drops, the H-wave varied quite a bit on the control. I tried to set it as best as I could. Repeated some of the drops, and I made some notes onto the downlink recording so that when you play it back later on, you'll get it. I don't recall exactly which viewpoints and when it happened, but I did readjust the stimulus strength several times to try and keep the H-wave at 50% of maximum.
Okay, we copy, Byron. That was a good move.
And Byron, are you copying 104?
That's a negative, Marshall Ops. No copy on 104.
Okay. He did copy what you said, and we'll work the comm problem.
And Milreski agrees that's a good move to adjust the stimulus level as you did.
Now, Space Lab, this 104. Do you read us now?
Roger, Experiment 104, Space Lab here, read you loud and clear.
Space Lab, this 104.
104, Space Lab, go ahead.
wondering if you're in a hold pattern there, waiting for one to come back.
Yeah, we're in a hold pattern for Owen and for me also. I'm not feeling too great.
Okay, Byron. Do you think you're going to have trouble finishing?
Yeah, based on yesterday's observations with Doug Watt, I'll go ahead and do the recoupment curve and see what I can do out of the drops. We'll do the best we can.
Okay, Byron. I'll tell you, you might try those drops if they bother you with your eyes open to go with the eyes closed, maybe.
Okay, we'll keep that in mind. Thank you.
Yeah, we copy. Thank you, Byron.
And Space Lab, this is Marshall Ops for Byron. Just take it easy till you feel good.
Okay, thank you, Bill. Appreciate it.
Yeah. PS2, this is 104.
Ed?
Yeah, Byron, could you give us a number?
Yeah, I'd say ratio to scale about 10.
Okay, we copy. Thank you. PS2, this 104. Yeah, PS2, this 104.
Remember 104, PS2, go ahead.
Yeah, Byron, this Mel. Are you going to do the static portion of do the recruitment curve?
That's affirmative. Yeah, we're just starting to get set up now.
Okay, thank you. We copy.
Okay, and Marshall Ops CS2 is going to be going off the loop here as the subject.
Okay, we copy, Byron.
Space Lab, this is Marshall Operations for Byron.
Byron's in a harness right now, Mike. What do you need?
Oh, hi, Owen. How are things going? Say, in a few minutes you're coming up on a run of Doug Watt's experiment F05, and if you need any guidance, we've got a MAL page for you. It's 102 F05 MAL-2.
Hold on, please. We can't get all that right now. Can you hold on a
Okay,
minute, Mike?
fine. Whenever.
Okay, Mike, I'm ready to copy. Go ahead.
Yes, Owen, when you get to the F05 run, you might have a look at page 102 F05 MAL-2. That covers any contingency operations you may need some guidance on.
Okay, fine.
Space Lab, this is Marshall Ops. We'll be doing some XTLM timeline maintenance from the ground. Space Lab, this is Marshall Ops. Be advised that we've had our first successful electron beam operations from experiment 020. This was about 7 minutes ago.
Mike, we hear you trying to call us, but you're broken up and cannot read you.
I was just advising that experiment 20 has had its first successful electron beam operations.
That's fantastic. How did the diagnostic package look?
Don't know. We'll have to check with the PI. Okay, Owen, the passive package data look good.
Yes, Space Lab, this 104.
Go ahead, you may be cutting out.
Okay, or we just would like a reading before we lose you.
Bill, I'm sorry, you're cutting in and out and I cannot read you. I'll go change batteries on this thing in a few minutes, but right now I'm putting a needle in Byron's leg, so it's going to be a few minutes.
Okay, we copy, thank you.
And Space Lab, we're going to lose you anytime, and we'll see you again in about 15 minutes through Aurora Valley. Space Lab, Marshall Ops, in the blind, we need you to execute HRM format.
Say again the format, Bill.
HRM.
Which format do you want?
2-4.
21, is that correct?
Negative. 2, 1, 2, 3, 4.
Format number 4.
Roger. 2-4. 2-4. It's loaded, just execute. Space Lab, this is Marshall Ops. We have you for 2 minutes through Aurora Valley. Space Lab, this is Marshall Ops through Aurora Valley. How copy? Bob, we copy, but you may not be able to copy us. Go ahead. Space Lab, Marshall Ops, we have you on S-band for approximately 30 minutes, Bob.
Marshall Ops, this is Space Lab. Go ahead.
Yes, Ulf. The 300 people are anxiously waiting a status on 300.
Okay, we have started the IHF at least 4 times already. And
No,
the
it's the
ISO ops lamp is on again. I'm talking about the isothermal heating facility. We get the same problem again and again, and that is a stop with. And that means that
You're dropping
the
out,
system
Ulf.
does not reach. Okay. And finally, we managed to set up the fluid physics module. We have that one screw out, but don't ask how.
Okay, we copy Ulf, that you got the screw out on the FPM. Thank you.
And I'm now waiting for the ISO ops lamp of the isothermal heating facility to start to flash. And after that, I will set up the gradient heating facility.
Roger, we copy, and good job.
All right, boss. I'd like to get in contact with them.
Slopes, are you still online? Marshal Ops, this is Space Lab.
Go ahead, Ulf.
Okay, one more thing. We started also the cryostat, and that was complete at 22 hours 00 minutes. So that is basically on time. Only 10 minutes delay.
Roger, copy. Go ahead, Bob.
So, who's this?
This is your friendly CIC.
I was looking for Houston. I didn't call POCC.
Okay, Bob. Touche. We didn't copy you. We'll get him on the line.
I'd like them to come up. I didn't talk to them about a systems thing here.
Roger.
Columbia, this is Houston Space Lab. Bob, we're standing by.
Okay, lyo canisters, I did not change the lyo canister last evening about 20 hours or wherever it was because Brewster and Owen were working in front of the workbench rack and I couldn't get at it. So I left with the idea that they would do it, and they said, yeah, if you guys start inquiring, they'll do it. But apparently you guys never inquired, and I realize now that we have two canisters which have been here now 48 hours, and I suspect I ought to go ahead and change both of them. Do you agree with that?
We'll check on that for you, Bob. Just a second.
Marshal Ops, this is Space Lab.
Go ahead, Ulf.
Okay, we have that stop, and I'm just going to display it now at least the 5th time. It's It's the stop 136, and I think it doesn't make much sense to press on here. I'm probably better off if I go to stop the GHF first and give those PIs a chance. Can you talk to 300 people and give me their input?
Yeah, they're talking to me in the ear. Ulf, stand by. Ulf, we would like to suggest that you put some additional pressure on the two feed-through connectors and try it one more time.
Okay, say again. Try it one more time, but do what else?
Put some additional pressure on the feed-through connectors and keep it there for the whole 15 minutes or thereabouts.
Okay, what I try to do is to tighten the ports on port 1 and 2 more, but I think it does make sense to reconnect the electrical connectors because that would not seal it. There would be a problem.
Okay, I think you misunderstood, Ulf. We want you to apply some pressure. Try to hold it together till we can get our vacuum on it. We don't put pressure on the connectors while you're trying to pull a vacuum.
Okay, pressure on the connectors. We'll try.
That's good. This was one of the fixes we did at the Cape, and it worked fine.
Okay, I gave the start IHF 1, enter.
Space Lab, this is Houston on air to ground 1 for Bob about your CO2 cartridges.
Go ahead, thank you.
Roger, Bob. They haven't seen any buildup at all in CO2 either in the orbiter or Space Lab, so what they'd like you to do is just go ahead and change D. That's only one canister, D.
You want his position alpha changed out, correct?
Bob, we were assuming it was a Space Lab canister you were asking us about, and in that case it would be location Delta.
But we're talking about the Space Lab. Okay, so the Space Lab, we have position A and position Alpha and position Bravo. And position Alpha was supposed to be changed out after 1 day. All the others are in 2-day cycles intermixed. Now you're telling me I have to just change out the one that was supposed to be changed tomorrow and not change the other one.
Okay, Bob, if they're called Alpha and Bravo, that's fine. Change out one of them.
We have position Alpha and position Bravo called out on the cue card. The other question is that the numbers of the Lyle canisters, which are numbered in the orbiter, are not numbered on ours, and so I'll just put one in and make marks. But it's not going to be number 34 or 35 or something, because we don't have such numbers back here.
Roger, Bob, that's fine. Just mark the ones that you've used so you don't reuse a already used canister.
Roger that.
Marshal Ops, this is Space Lab.
Go ahead, Ulf. This is Marshal Operations.
Hey, Mike, nice to hear you. We have the same IHF stoplight another time. The ID code is 136.
Yeah, we copy. I've just been talking with Mel Brooks about that problem, Ulf, and he has a procedure that we think will allow you to change out the right-hand flange, which is our most suspect flange, and allow you to replace that with one from Stowage. If you have a minute, I can read up the procedure which Mel has recommended that you try and implement, or that you hand to Byron as you go off shift and ask him to try and implement it as soon as possible.
Well, I can wait until, if it is only for 10 minutes or something like that, it's no problem.
Real good, Ulf. The procedure is as follows, if you're ready to copy.
Okay, wait a second, let me write it down. Okay, Marshal Ops, this is PS1, ready to copy.
Real good, Ulf. We have about 4 minutes of AOS left. The first step is to enter at the CCO, start IHF-1, enter. Second, after 2 minutes, halt IHF-3, 1, enter. And then, to open up the flanges and unlock them, open 1, 7, 4, 3, 4, 6, enter. Your echo should read 3401 07 04 03 04 06 14. Go ahead. Okay, then your close should be as follows. Close 003000, enter. At that point, your echo will be 440000 03 00 00 00 14.
Okay, let me read back that close. I'm not sure whether I have all the zeros. Close 000 3000. Is that correct?
Negative. You have an extra 0. What your close instruction ought to read is close 003 000. Enter. And Ulf, we have about 2 minutes to LOS. At that point, having done those keystrokes, you're ready to remove the right flange using your usual flange extraction tool. From storage in Romeo 10 Echo, in the lower drawer, you'll find a spare replacement flange. Its item number is 300.07. Take that replacement flange and put it in the right flange position and continue with start IHF-1, enter. And it may be of some benefit to apply a little force to those connectors during the pump down. And Space Lab, this is Marshal Ops. For Ulf, first we do need to remind you to do your experiment 3.0 electrode check and battery check before you go to bed. And the other thing is that we gave you the wrong stowage location for that flange. The correct location is Romeo 10 Charlie.
Okay.
Thanks a lot, Ulf. See you next time.
Columbia, this is Houston with your through Yargity for 7 minutes.
Hi, Mary. Loud and clear.
Morning, Brewster. You're loud and clear, too. We don't have anything for you, so you get some peace and quiet.
Okay, well, I got something for you then.
We're ready to copy.
Okay, this is a real nitnoy and just something for the Spock folks to think about a little bit. After we did the trim burn, I was going to put a new vector in the Spock, and I did a code escape to get off the world map and get into state vector update. And when I did, it quit, and it gave me the following message. CCOS exception.
And Space Lab, this is Marshall Ops. We've got you through S-band for 55 minutes.
Hello, Marshall Operations. Good morning, Bill. It's Byron.
Good morning, Byron. You certainly sound good.
I certainly feel good today. Thank you.
That's good news for all of us. So we have some traffic, unless you have some.
Okay, yeah, just a couple of quick things. First, on the replanning that we got up here on some of the OCRs.
Yes. Go ahead.
Experiment 16, OCR 016-005, the intensity calibration, is that going to be done from the ground over?
Yes, that got sent. That shouldn't have been. Just disregard. Any other questions on the replanning?
Marshall Ops, Space Lab.
Go ahead, Byron. And Space Lab, Marshall Ops, the ground track this time may be a little bit spotty.
Roger that. Question for you. Was that 16 intensity calibration supposed to be done entirely from the ground over?
That's affirmative, Byron. Just disregard that note on the replan message.
Okay, very good. The second thing we've got for you for the 102 FO3 PI for Larry Young, if he's listening, we went ahead and did the troubleshooting procedure, and I just finished that with no joy at all. Tried to trigger the flash manually, and nothing happened, so we've got to assume the flash is dead.
Okay, we copy that the flash is not working, Byron, and Larry is enabled, and I'll have him talk to you here in just a moment as soon as we pass our traffic.
Okay, stand by one, and I'll be ready to copy.
Standing by.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay, this is for Owen. Tell him that in the southern hemisphere there is some auroral activity, and at 1638 and 1808 Zulu, that's today, 334, he could see some auroral activity in the southern hemisphere.
Okay, we copy that. So that's just about an hour and 10 minutes from now, huh?
Roger.
Okay, that's a good copy.
And we have a message here for experiment 338. If you happen to get an experiment power status 09er message, you should not perform the MAL, and the MAL number is 338.1 until advised by the PI. And the MAL page number in the procedure is 338 MAL-2.
Okay, I understand. Negative performance on that MAL until go by the PI.
That's affirmative.
Okay, good copy.
And we have the 102 PI, and here's Larry.
Hey, good morning, Larry. How you doing? And Marshall, you might notice we've got some MSCR crew attention bits that I haven't talked to the 102 PI yet, but I was briefed by Ulf on the IHF. Michael had apparently given Ulf some instructions on what to do about the IHF, but we're not sure we got the complete message over.
We'll repeat that for you. Just stand by.
Okay.
And Byron, we're having a little bit of comm problems here on the ground. We'd like you just go ahead and proceed with the dome experiment. We're working to get Larry up.
Okay, do we have any tape recorder usage or not?
4 times 6 minutes of tape available.
Byron, this is Larry. Do you read? Space Lab, this is 102. Do you copy?
Roger, Experiment 102, PS2 here. Reach loud and clear. Good morning, Larry.
Good morning, Byron. Nice to talk to you. Can you confirm that in troubleshooting the Nikon, you attempted to short out the J305 cable and still got no flash?
Okay, yeah, that's the gray one that goes to the flash. Stand by here. That's the J302 cable.
We want the one that goes to the flash connector from the lens to the flash connector on the camera.
Roger, that's a little gray standard Nikon cable, and that's affirmative. I did try and short that out with an isolated handle screwdriver and got negative flash.
All right, then our diagnosis is the flash tube is inoperative despite presence of 300 volts. We'll carry on with the Lichtenberg video configuration.
Okay, Roger. I understand you guys did confirm we had the flash power 300 volts, huh?
That's affirmative, and we were getting a signal from the ECDS that was sending out its relay clicks, so we are only remaining diagnosis is flash tube. Carry on then with your current dome run where you have AOS for it and split screen.
Okay, very good. The dome is set up now, and I'll start. Do we have any TV authorized for this, or do we set it up to block the hole?
Yeah, the TV, as I understand, will be recorded for post-flight.
Understand.
Byron, I did not understand what you said about blocking the hole.
No, I just said if we did not have TV recording, at least we want the camera there to block the view of the subject. Over.
Yeah, Byron, we do have TV recording, but use the recorder only during the actual dome runs.
Okay, I understand. So we've got 24 minutes of recording. Is that on VTR number 1?
We do have 24 minutes. Stand by. I'll tell you which VTR it is. Byron, it's affirmative. It's VTR 1.
Okay.
And Byron, you have 4 times 6 minutes available for tape on VTR.
And confirm that you do want the split screen for the entire run. Is that affirmative?
That's affirmative. Byron, other things to look for during the run. I want you to, at some point, close your eyes and see if you get a long outlasting vection. Do this at the very end. See if you get outlasting vection more than in 1G, and comment specifically on the quality and sensation of the vection. Pass that on to Owen as well.
Okay, the first part of your transmission was cut out there, 102, but I understand you want to know whether there was any change in the onset of vection from the ground and any difference in the quality of the vection. Over.
The first part, Byron, the first part is that at the end of your run, you can run an additional say, option dome run, and after vection comes on, I want you to close your eyes and see if you get a outlasting circular vection beyond the time that you had the stimulus input.
Roger, understand. We want to close our eyes once we get vection, and stand by 1 here, Larry. I'm just free floating.
And Space Lab, this is Marshall Ops with a question for either the payload crewman. We're just wondering, what is the status of experiment 300? Did that pump down get started or not?
Hey, good morning, Michael. We have a question for you there. Wolf was unable to get the IHF to run. He has started the GHF, that's Golf Hotel Fox. We had copied some of your transmission before about doing some open and close work with the MSDR, but we're not sure we have the complete procedure. So if you give me just about a minute or so, I'll get Ulf on here and he could copy it down, I think.
That'd be great if Ulf's still about. I can give him that procedure again if you like. Yes, good evening, Ulf. Understand you might not have got all of that experiment 300 workaround that we read up. The idea was to do that open and that close instruction, and then change out the right flange with one which you would find in Stowage, and then give it a start, IHF1, enter. We wonder if you did that or if you did not do it.
Okay, now say again. After you gave me the instructions till the close, and then you went to replace the flange on the port 2. That's what I understood, and you gave me also the location code. And after that, start IHF 1 ender. Is that it?
I didn't copy all of that, Ulf. The transmission was not easy to understand, but yes, that replacement flange is stowed in Romeo 10 Charlie, and what we had asked you to do is swap out those flanges and then start IHF1 enter. Did you do that?
Okay, we copy that. How do you read me now? Over?
Much better, Ulf. That's much better transmission.
Okay, I'm pretty close to the microphone. I'm at the master station here because Brian got my headset. Meanwhile, because I wasn't sure whether I got everything, I thought it's probably a good idea to get the GHF running. And I started the GHF, installed sample 316, but we have also vacuum problems with the GHF. I got a stop GHF. Wait a minute. I'll pick up the code. Wait a second, Mike. Michael, I'm back with you. Stop code is 636 for the GHF, and I have a fault for the vacuum gas system. It's 010.
Yeah, we copied. You got.
Did you copy?
We copied. You got a VGS 010 message. Is that right?
That is correct, and we have also a stop GHF, and the idea is 636.
We understand a 636. Okay, well, thanks very much for your...
Stop 636.
Yeah, we copy a 636 stop message. Thanks very much for your help, Ulf. We're going to talk this over with the 300 team and give the air-to-ground one back to Larry Young and the dome experiment.
Okay, I'm leaving this shift now, and I go to pick up the bike.
Space Lab, this is 102 for Byron.
Why don't you go ahead?
One last item on the Nikon troubleshooting. The gray cable connector is J305. It's the little one at the camera front body itself. That's the one where you should have disconnected the gray cable and shorted it out. Can you confirm that it was the gray cable you shorted?
Roger, it's the standard gray one, the little bitty one that just plugs right into the camera body.
That's right. That's the one that carries the trigger signal.
Roger, understand. The only thing we got when we shorted that out was the camera fired occasionally.
Okay, and I also assume you tried to single shot the camera with also further no joy.
that's affirmative.
Okay, so much for the camera. Go on with the video. Give us the status reports as you work, please.
Okay, Wilco, the dome's set up. We've got the TV cameras just about finished here, and it'll be just a few more minutes before we start the run. Owen's putting his lens in right now.
Thank you.
And 102 PI from the PS2, confirm that you do want the split screen on all of this?
That's affirmative.
Okay, we copy.
Columbian Space Lab, this is Houston with a status report. First of all, some good news. Your consumables are now running about 2 kilowatts below predicted, so you got about 26 pounds of H2 margin. You guys are doing a real good job conserving up there. There is no update to the cap necessary, and you can see your PCAP updates, which really aren't that extensive, on teleprinter message number 16. And just in case you were wondering what we're putting up with down here, it's partly cloudy in Houston today, and it's 65 degrees Fahrenheit, real mild. And what they're saying about you in the newspaper goes like this, from the UPI. Space Lab scientists switched today from space sickness experiments to mixing cooling and melting glass and metals in tests that could revolutionize the electronics and computers industries. The 6-man crew is on the 3rd day of the shuttle Columbia's mission. Over.
Okay, Mary, I understand that. I understand we have 26 pounds of H2 margin.
That's affirmative, and that's real good. And if you don't have any questions on the teleprinter messages, we'll hand you over to the CIC so he can talk to you all too.
Space Lab, this is 102. Byron, we're back with you, and anything you can tell us about the progress, we appreciate.
Hey, Owen's working on his lens, and it just takes a while to get the TV set up. We should be in the dome run here in probably just a couple minutes.
Very, very good. Well, afterwards in a debrief, you can tell us how long the TV is taking.
Okay. We're running a dome test now. Do you guys have any KU data?
Oh, Space Lab, no, we're not yet receiving the downlink.
Okay, copy. 102, Space Lab, PS2.
Go ahead, Byron.
Okay, Owen's back in here now. If you could, so if you'd like to go ahead and repeat your instructions again, I'd appreciate it. I'll be the first one. You'll be free floating.
Right. I want you to perform the experiment just as in the training. I want particular attention paid to the quality and feeling of the vection, to the outlasting vection. And then at the end of the regular runs, I would like one more, if you can, one run of the dome in which you close your eyes after vection has been established and report on outlasting circular vection. Do you understand?
Okay, I understand, Larry.
Okay, Owen, and the VTR is to be switched on only during the actual dome runs. We have 4 times 6 minutes of recording capability.
We got that.
Okay, let us know as you make progress. And Byron, when time permits, we would appreciate a vestibular number.
Okay, 1.5 to 2.
Copy.
And Space Lab, you'll be managing your VITR number 1 start and stop recording, unless you'd like some help from us, in which case we'll hear from you when you want it started.
Good copy. Owen was not able to get a lens in his eye, but there's terrific landmarks.
You broke up. You say he does have the lens in the eye? Repeat, please.
Negative. He's unable to put the lens in the eye, but he has excellent landmarks clearly visible on the TV to the naked eye.
Fine. Carry on without the lens. Byron, do you feel that the quality of the TV image of ocular counter rolling will permit us to do acceptable data processing on it?
Yes, I do, Larry. At least in Owen's eye.
Okay, that's fine. That's really good news.
Marshall, up Space Lab, we got a depth 05 message.
Repeat, Byron.
Roger, we got a depth 05 message right now at 1601.
Okay,
and I see ISO's running. I'm not sure if that's it or not.
Okay, copy, and we're working it.
Okay. For the 102 PI, we're going to change the order here just because it's so difficult to get the TV camera set up. So we'll have Owen do his first run free floating, and then I'll get in and do it free floating, and then we'll reposition. That's okay with you?
Yes, I understand. That's the same way you ran it last shift, and that's just fine.
Columbia, this is Houston on air to ground 1.
Go ahead, Houston.
Roger, Brewster. In reference to your APU drain line T2 message, we'd like you to go ahead now and perform in the mouth book page 1-9, the mouth 1.1 hotel.
Okay, 1.1 hotel on 1-9.
That's correct, and we'll give air to ground 1 back to the guys in the back now.
Okay.
And Space Lab Marshal Ops for Byron, just disregard the Dep 05 message. That's an experiment 01 message.
That's what we figured, no sweat.
Space Lab for Byron, this is Larry. Have you started Dome Run 1 yet?
Sorry about that, Roger. Owen's finished with his dome run, and I'm about to go in now. It's my fault.
Okay, fine. And let us know. Have him let us know which dome runs you're doing while you're on it.
Okay, we're starting to do dome run number 4 now.
We copy.
Okay, Larry, we're starting the tape recorder and starting dome run 4 with Byron.
We copy, Owen, and while he's doing that, if you can give us some discussion about your sensations during the last dome runs and any effects that the dome runs had on any symptoms, we would appreciate that.
Go. Okay, he's in the middle of his first run, and the rotatory nystagmus is clearly visible on the split screen as well as the monitor. Split screen looks pretty good. It's being recorded on VTR1. As far as my own run is concerned, I don't find it provocative. The sensations are very similar to that on the ground. I would say I feel about 40% of the dome rotation as a self-rotation. And the one thing that is a little more noticeable is that after the dome rotation stops, I do have a counter rotation persisting for maybe 2 or 3 seconds. That's a little more strong than it was on the ground. Over.
Yeah, I copy that. Owen, were you able to take the opportunity to close your eyes once vection had been established at any time and see if the vection continued longer after your eyes were closed?
I'll do that on the next time. I thought you wanted us to wait until an extra run at the end to do that, so I didn't understand, I guess, what you were instructing us. So I'll do that on the next time. It's an easy thing to do.
Owen, no, you did understand correctly. We have a hard cutoff on this experiment at 30 minutes after the hour. So if we're approaching that and have not yet tried the eyes closed, please proceed to do it.
Okay, I will close my eyes on the next run.
Okay, and Owen, can you confirm that Byron has a lens in his eye and that the landmarks are visible?
Yes, he does have the lens in his eye, and of course the dark brown eyes, his own landmarks are not as visible as the lenses have them.
Okay, that sounds
Certainly
good.
see the nystagmus. Certainly see the...
To Owen, in the blind, I understand that you clearly see the nystagmus. That is good news. I assume, Owen, that there was difficulty in inserting contact lenses, so that's why you went without them.
That's correct, Larry.
Okay, well, you have some...
Gave it about 10 minutes.
Owen,
about 10 minutes there, but like Byron said. Sorry, Larry. I gave it about a 10-minute try there, but the landmarks, I think, are adequate, according to Byron.
All right, I have looked at your beautiful blue eyes enough to establish that that's probably true, and if Byron judges them adequate, you may discontinue use of the contact lens for the remainder of the mission unless advised otherwise. Space Lab, this is 102. Did you copy my last comment on discontinuing contact lenses for Owen?
Affirmative, Larry, affirmative.
Space Lab 102. Owen, can you tell us whether on the previous shift dome run there was any relationship between exposure to the dome and any provocative effects for either you or Byron?
Yeah, I only got a part of that, but I think you're interested in any relationship between dome and provocation, and it's possible. I'm not sure, really, but it's a possibility that it tends to have some persistent effects. I'm really not sure.
Understand. And the previous shift, there was no obvious correlation. Is that correct?
Oh, no obvious correlation, I guess.
Owen, this is Larry. For our planning efforts, can you we're behind somewhat now. Can you tell us whether that was primarily just delay in your getting back into the lab, which will be alleviated when we no longer have to use contact lenses for you?
And external 102, PI from PS2.
Go PS2.
Roger, as Owen's repositioning the camera, the plan suggests that when we do the runs with the bungees attached, that we don't split screen, that we go in directly from the eyeball thing, because there's really nothing you can see from the split screen portion of it. The focus in the field view is very critical when we split screens, and if you want to get your eyeball data, you might just go from the TV camera looking at the eye for these two runs.
Byron, I concur. That's a good suggestion. And do you feel that the focus is so critical that on the other runs, the analysis might not be easy?
I don't think it's the focus as much as it is the size of the image on the split screen. Remember, you're using only half of the screen, and it's very difficult to get not only the byteboard in, but
Okay, Byron, go ahead. We're running short on time, so proceed and try to squeeze in both runs. I understand this next one is Owen with Bungie.
And Space Lab, this is Marshal Ops. We'd like to have you terminate the operation here on the dome at 0030. We need you to get started at that time on TV08. You can start on the installation of Experiment 33 at 0045. One other thing, the run of 312 that's scheduled at 0055, we would like to have you do the flange change-out procedure, and we would like to have you do that approximately at...
Stand by. Stand by, Bill.
Yeah, we'd like to have you do that at 1+20. Use that time that's scheduled for the 312 Bravo. Move it to 120.
Please stand by, Bill. Take a break. Please stand by, Bill.
And Space Lab, we've got you for 1 minute.
Okay, we're in the middle of Byron's run now, Marshal Ops, and we'll knock it off at 30 here.
Okay, we want to make sure, though, that you do the flange change out at 1+20.
And change 120.
Owen, this is 102. Did you have an opportunity to do the bungee run yourself?
Dropped out. We've got full field on the eye, Larry.
And Owen, we'll see you at 1+2.
Owen, this is Larry. I understand you're now full view of the eye with Byron as a subject in the bungee run. Will you be a subject in the bungee run also?
Columbia, this is Houston on air to ground 1.
Go ahead, Columbia. Houston.
Roger, we see a potential problem with the KU band. Couldn't get it on the last pass, so we would like to do some troubleshooting. You're probably going to be getting some messages, and we'd like to get 2 things checked by you when you're ready to help us out there.
Okay, this is Byron back in the Space Lab. Brewster just went up there to get some 16mm stuff. Sure he's going to the flight deck or coming back here. We'll catch him in a minute.
Roger, these are both flight deck actions.
Go ahead, Mary.
Okay, Brewster, if you'd look on R15 Charlie and check a circuit breaker KU alpha antenna heater.
Okay, that's verified in the electric antenna heater and the signal processor. All 3 in, cable heaters out.
Roger, we copy, thanks. That's where it should be. And also we'd like you to look out the back window, out of the pilot window, excuse me, and check the KU band antenna, the gold electronics box under the antenna, see if it's in a shadow. It may be a thermal problem.
Okay, Mary, I'm looking at it, and it's kind of hard to tell, but I guess I think it is in the shadow.
Okay, Brewster, thanks. We think that's a problem, or that's the first line of attack we'll take anyway.
Okay.
And we're going to power cycle the system now, and you're going to get some messages.
I just got a BC bypass KU. And Mary, I got another one of those APU messages, and I checked it again, and it was number 1 was right up there by the limit. Evidently, you hadn't timboed it yet.
That's affirmative, Brewster. The timbers should all be coming up to you soon.
Okay, no sweat.
Brewster, we're finally getting off shift here. Sorry we had to bother you when we didn't expect to. And here's Guy and Franklin.
Okay, thanks a lot, Mary. See you tomorrow.
And Space Lab, this is Marshall Ops. We've got you for about 52 minutes, guys.
Okay, Marshall Ops, Space Lab here, regional light and clear, Bill, and you'll be pleased to know Mexicamera's up, and the installation's just about finished, and we've got a bunch of good TV of it, we think.
Okay, that's super, Byron. And the 33 PI passes up a big thank you.
Okay, just a few little bitties. It's no big problem, but the color infrared magazine 2AF was in R4 Mike and not R4 Juliet.
Okay, we copy that.
And just a quick comment, everything fit real slick. It looks very good. The rubber light shade is about, I don't know, 3/4 of an inch away from the inner surface of the high-quality window, over.
Okay, excellent. Thank you, Byron.
Okay, and we're down the end of step 33 here, the end of the F100 portion.
Okay, we copy.
And Marshall from the Space Lab, I don't have my PCAP handy. It floated off somewhere. Owen's down changing his battery. Okay, here comes Owen.
Okay, we copy that. Owen's got recharged.
He's just going back to tunnel now, so we'll see what's next here. And understand that you guys want to wait for the initial camera checkout until about 1:35 so that you have KU band coverage. Is that correct?
That's affirmative, Byron.
Okay, very good. Well, it's all installed. It's ready and waiting here for F200.
Byron, you could start the flange change out a little bit early.
Okay, very good. What you want me to do here is change the flange on the IHF, right?
Right, and do you have the procedure and understand it?
I'll stand by a sec. Okay, Bill, what I'd like, I guess, is maybe just a 1 or 2 minute quick review here on the IHF. I'll get the procedure out. Also be advised we have a GHF ops flashing light, and I guess that's calling for a resume, huh?
Stand by, I think that's correct.
Okay, yeah, Wolf is here.
Do nothing with that, Byron.
Understand, do nothing with the GHF, right?
That's affirmative.
Okay, Wolf is right here, and he said we had a stop GHF. 6-36 was a stop.
You're breaking up a little bit, Byron.
And then he's... And that's where we're sitting right now. The GHF is in a blinking ops light mode, and we're standing by.
Yeah, we understand. And we just want to make sure that you understand the procedure on the IHF flange replacement.
Roger, that's 2 of us that want to understand it. Stand by 1, I'll get the book out here and we go through it together.
Okay, that's great.
Byron, the procedure we're talking about is the one that I voiced up to Ulf just before he went to bed. It involves keying in some numbers using the open command and the close command on the CCO in order to unlock the flanges, and then unstowing the spare IHF flange and installing that in place of the existing right-hand flange on the IHF panel.
Roger, port 2, right? The right-hand flange.
The right-hand side. If you don't have that handy, I can read it to you again.
Okay, the other thing we had for the MSCR, Wolf tells me, is we had a fault on the VGS and we displayed it. It's a 010, and that's, I guess, been a while ago, huh? That's been a while ago, so that's not a new one.
That's right. It's an old 010 fault from the VGS.
Mike, question for a couple hours down the road. I noticed that the CPAC MPD model number 3 was intended to be run at 425. Is there going to be a change in that?
Not that we know of, Owen. We can check with you if you like and get back to you on that.
Yeah, I just know everything else has been completed ahead of that, necessary or not. Apparently it has.
Owen, CPAC doesn't have any plans to make any changes in that run.
Very good, thank you.
Space Lab, this is Marshal Ops for Byron. I'd be happy just to walk you through these keystrokes, if you like, on the CCO panel in order to configure the IHF for that flange changeout.
Okay, very good, Mike. I finally got my book here, and I'm ready if you are.
Yeah, real good.
Go ahead and call them out if you like.
Yeah, here are the steps. We need you to go to the CCO and enter Start IHF 1, Enter. And that'll get the furnace.
It's complete.
Okay, thank you. And now, let's see, let's wait 2 minutes. We'll wait 2 minutes.
I'll be waiting 2 minutes.
Okay.
Okay, while we're waiting here, Wolf pointed out to me that that particular stop the GHF calls for either a halt GHF or a resume, so I guess I'll let you all look at it and think about what you want to do.
Right, Byron, we understand that. We just want to leave the GHF alone because it's important that we sequence the operation of these furnaces so that their requirements on the support system are valid. We're trying to get the IHF up and running first, and we're just going to leave the GHF in its blinking mode until we're satisfied that the IHF has got a good start.
Okay, that sounds fair. Mike, one more thing while we're waiting here on the videotape recorder. We ran a little bit past. We got busy changing the camera out, and I've got about 6.5 minutes left instead of the 11 that I should have left here on the VTR number 1.
No problem. We'll change it out. Right. That's no problem using that extra tape, Byron. We're going to do a tape. I'm going to ask you to do a tape change out after a while. That'll take care of that. The extra 5 minutes won't matter.
Okay, very good.
Byron, our next step at the MSDR CCO is to halt IHF 3, 1, enter.
Okay, that'll be in work now. Okay, that's complete.
Thank you. Next thing we need, in fact, I'll read it to you and you can key it in, but we'd like to get a readback before you enter it, is open 174346.
34010704030406.
That's correct. You may enter. That's a 14, of course.
Complete.
The next is a close 003000.
Okay, I see a 440003000000.
Correct readback. Give that an enter.
Complete.
Okay, Byron, good. At this point, you should be able to remove the right flange using the IHF flange tool and replace it with the replacement flange, which you'll find stored in Romeo 10 Charlie. It's in the lower drawer.
Okay, very good. I'll try that. We just got a 19A status not okay 80 message.
Yeah, we'll work that. Stand by.
Okay. The right-hand port came out just like a trooper.
Real good.
And I've got a launch lock here, too. And you say that other flange is in R10 Charlie, right?
R10 Charlie is what our stowage people say. It should be in the lower drawer of R10 Charlie.
Okay, I've got that, and we've got another MSDR crew attention bit set.
Yeah, we see that on your display, your status line there. Fine. That launch lock, of course, should be removed. We won't be using that again until we land.
Roger. I think that MSDR stop was for the IHF stop.
That's affirmative.
Okay, Mike, I've got the lower drawer out, and I see, okay, hold on.
Space Lab, this is Marshall Ops. Sorry for that dropout, but we're back with you again.
Okay, Mike, very good. I've got the new flange in port 2 now.
Terrific. Cinch it down good and tight. And when you have it in position there, continue with a start, IHF 1, enter. That ought to begin its pump down process, and I was talking with Mel Brooks about that. He and Jurgen point out that it might help the first few minutes of the pumping down if you could apply a little pressure to the backs of those two connectors. That might help the flanges to get a good tight seal as the vacuum begins.
Okay, I understand you want to do a start, IHF 1, enter?
That's correct. Once that flange is in place, we'd like you to do a start IHF 1 enter. You can do that now if that flange is in place.
Okay, that's complete.
Thank you.
And Byron, you can disregard the message that on the payload status MSDR.
Okay, yeah, we figured that was from that the IHF stop that we caused.
That's affirmative.
We do have another depth 05 error, came up 3 or 4 minutes ago.
Yeah, we copy.
We associate with ISO. Right?
That's nominal, just disregard. And Byron, we have the 102 PI. We have about 5 minutes. You can talk with him as a result of the don't. Let me say that again. As a result of the dome run, and you can talk to Larry. Just call him when you're available.
Yes, I'm standing by here.
Byron, this is Larry. I have a series of questions for you. Are you ready?
Roger, go ahead.
First, I want to inform you that we did receive dome joystick data from the run you carried out on the previous shift, and that looks fine. Thank you and Owen. Next, will you confirm that you just completed all 4 dome runs?
That's correct. We completed only all 4, and in fact, as I downlinked during the LOS, due to time considerations, on my second dome run, which is PS2, the dome run number 3, where the bungees are on, we only did 5 out of 6. And that was due to a time pressure problem, and we did get all 6 of Owens in, however.
Very good. Was there any outlasting circumvection after closing of the eyes?
In my case, that was a negative. The vection went away immediately.
Okay, break, guys.
Over Owen, the same.
Byron, we need you to issue a SID as a result of the 19A error message 3564.
Okay, that's complete.
Okay, go ahead.
I copy negative outlasting vection after closing the eyes for either Owen or Byron.
Affirmative.
Byron, did your contact lenses stick?
They got a little sticky, but I don't think they were stuck terrifically. I tried not to blink at all, so I think they should be okay.
All right. Let us know if there's any difference in the, as you go through the mission, difference in the irrigation effectiveness. Next question. Would you and Owen comment on your recorder about any changes in subjective fluid shift from day 0 to day 1? Stuffy nose, veins in the face, or veins in the neck bulging?
Roger, I've been doing that routinely, and we all have kind of a puffy face here. We all look like chipmunks, and I try to describe it. Mine is mainly in the jowls, up around the ear, a little bit up near the bridge of the nose, but not too much right under the eyes.
All right, copy. Byron, did you perform FO6A on day 0 pre-sleep?
Okay, that was a negative, but I do have comments that are similar to that. And I don't have the checklist here, but I was exhibiting some symptoms, so I did not perform it. When I went down through the list, I did make comments on the tape recorder about the axes, which were particularly sensitive.
Very good. Since the next ARU tape change for you will occur during 028, you might give a vestibular report on tape now, and also ask Owen to give a retrospective vestibular report on tape if he hasn't already been doing that.
Okay, I will do that.
Byron or Owen, have either of you experienced any oscillopsia?
Negative from Owen. The only time I experienced it was a little bit of dizziness associated with the hopping experiment during the hop and drop portion of it.
Understand, but neither of you otherwise experienced any swimming of the visual world when you made a head movement?
That's correct. We did not.
Okay, Byron, would you at some time try to document the position of the TV camera for eye recording using a 35mm handheld camera so that we'll know how to set it up for post-flight BDCF and for future missions?
Roger, that's already complete, and I also have measured the distance from the back of the dome to the mounting hole in the camera, and that's in the dome checklist. I've made a mark on the paper since we don't have a ruler up here, of all things.
Okay, Byron, that completes all the questions, and I appreciate the answers that you and Owen have given us. If you have anything else you'd like to tell us about the dome experiment, please go ahead.
Okay, I don't think there's much to add to what we said before. The free-floating dome feels very much like the supine case on the ground, and at least in my case, the bungee run, the tactile cues, feels much similar to that upright. We noticed, at least in my case, a little less vection, more dropouts, and a little longer time to start evection.
That's very good news. That tells us that all the work we've talked about on tactile cues seems to be working out.
Byron, this is Chuck. Any difference in your sense of smell or taste?
One more thing for the 102 PI on the rotating dome. During the free-floating times, I did experience a little bit of a body sway. I felt like my neck was trying to torque occasionally. Whether or not it's picked up in the TV camera is not clear. I think the going to the neck EMGs will definitely help as long as we have a fairly sensitive amplifier over.
Very good. We have only a few, half a minute left. Anything else you want to say about the dome, please go ahead.
Yeah, I think that's it for now. I think we got it all.
Any comments on changes in taste or smell?
We just lost you.
Do you have any comments on subjective changes in taste or smell?
The only thing we have is in one of the food lockers, it's either chewing gum or vitamins or something that just really smells kind of horrendous every time that we open the locker up, and we haven't been able to localize it. John thinks it may be the chewing gum, but it's not clear. Everything else seems normal.
Visual acuity is the same as pre-launch?
Say again, you were broken.
Okay, Byron, we need you to go ahead and start on 33.
Roger, it's in work, Bill.
Okay. And we're following along.
Hey, I've activated the DC-1 EPSG.
Copy.
Okay, I assume that we have a nominal 250-kilometer orbit. Is that correct?
Stand by.
And to the overlap adjustment on 45.4.
Okay, Byron, we want you to assume a nominal orbit.
Okay, that sounds very fine. I'm up to step 4 now, ready to run the A33 ECAS.
Roger, we copy.
Okay, we've got the power on the 33 experiment now, and I've got, well, actually 5 LEDs on the no-film transport, which is okay.
Roger, we copy, and we're just following right along with you, Byron.
Okay, Marshall, we've got 550 on the magazine remaining counter, and down here at step number 9er, I have a 531 in the total picture count, over.
Okay, we copy that.
Going up to toggle the overlap.
Would you repeat, Byron? You broke up.
Okay, I just overlap here, 80, 60 to 80.
Okay, Byron, we're just talking with the PI, and the 80, 60, 80 is correct.
Okay, very good. I switched the timer on and off, and the display on the ECAS went from run, stop to run to stop, but I didn't hear much in the motor, so it, either the HDRR running here is drowning it out, or I just didn't hear it very well.
Okay, we
the status on the ECAS came back okay.
Okay, we copy. It's noisy in the module.
Okay, I didn't hear anything going on the camera up there. I tried to do the motor switch. It didn't sound like anything ran.
We copy. It did not run.
That's affirmative. It did not run.
Okay, we copy. No joy on the motor running. And Byron, one question. Are you in auto or manual?
I'm in auto.
Okay, we copy auto.
Okay, when I hit the timer switch, the display in the ECAS went from stop to run to stop, but I heard nothing from the camera. Over.
Okay, we copy.
Standing by. While we're thinking about that, it looks like the IHF is running okay. I've got a steady ISO ops lamp, and everything looks to be okay over here.
Oh, that's great, Byron.
That's terrific, Byron. We also hear from the 300 ops team that their pressure readouts, which we now have through KU band, also look nominal. So we think that furnace is now underway.
Okay, very good.
Okay, and the PI really thanks you for that good job on that flange change-out, Byron. And we're working the 33 problem.
Okay, I've gone up and rechecked everything. We've got the the film transport drive shutter open. It looks like the magazine's attached properly, and our little plug is pushed in. The little Teflon plug.
Okay, we're looking at it. We understand. We would like for you to repeat step 13 again, Byron.
Okay. Okay, motor switch goes on, and I don't hear a thing from up there.
We copy. No joy on the motor.
Confirm. Set power down and recheck the connections.
Okay, we're scratching our heads down here, Byron, and we'll be back with you in just a moment.
Okay. Okay, I think I found the problem, guys.
That's great.
The film shutter, the film shutter opening here really has to be turned. There's a little detent at the very end. Let me go try it again now. It sort of went over center here.
That's right, Byron. We'll stand by.
Voila.
Was that a voila?
That was a eureka.
We copy eureka.
We also detect motor
Okay,
current.
the timer. Roger, the time is the timer, and I'm going to go step 12 and proceeding now to step 13.
Boy, we're all breathing a little bit better, Byron.
Hear me both. That's what happens when you ever get to practice on the real thing, I guess. I just didn't know about that last little detail.
We can even hear it running, Byron.
Hey, step 14 and 15 are good, and I've got 532 pictures now total and 549 mag remaining. Right on here.
And Byron, we need you to get started on the 335 for the PCAP. It's about a minute or two away. And Byron, we may be able to help you out a little bit here on 335. We've got the keystrokes we can save you from having to go into your procedure if you'd like.
Okay, that's real good, yep.
Do a data in, Hotel Tango Tango, 808, enter.
And we'd like to hear your read back before you enter.
Okay, I'm showing 2473080008.
Okay, we copy and then do a resume, Hotel Tango Tango, enter.
Do your enter and then you resume.
Roger.
Okay, didn't like that. It gave me an up arrow here. Stand by. Got my little U here, Michael, on the last page of on the last line there.
Stand by.
Byron, I told you wrong. I should have told you start HTT enter and then data in HTT 808. enter, and then resume HTT, enter.
Okay, so it's just a start HTT, enter?
That's your first step, right?
When's the power on come on?
Stand
That
by.
should have been on first, huh? Just got to stop. I displayed the stop on the HTT and it was 403, and I think it probably says power switch wasn't on.
Yeah, you're right. Hold on, Byron. We tried to help, and we're getting the right data here.
Hey, listen, I've got the procedure right here. I'll just go through it.
That's probably the best thing. We tried to help. Sorry about that.
Real good, Byron. Thank you.
Okay, you guys buy that? We got a steady HTT ops right now, and that was at 1:50, about 50. 1 hour, 51 minutes, 50 seconds. The HTT is up and running. I'll go back and finish 33.
Okay, we copy, Byron. And Byron, we copy that everything looks fine on 33.
That's affirmative, Bill, and just reset the total to 0. So 548 in the mag remaining. And
Yes.
I'm going on with step 22, which is the switch off.
Yes, we copy, and PI thanks you.
Okay, that's the end of the 33 checkout procedure, guys.
And we copy, and the PI passes up. Super job.
Okay, very good.
And Byron, I apologize for that HTT startup. What I really should have given you is a page number and nothing more.
I had it right out here. It would have been simpler. We got it, though.
Yeah, it looks
Okay,
good
I've got
now.
a blinking ISO ops. Yeah, I've got a blinking ISO ops light, and both ports 1 and 2 are unlocked. Where do you guys want me to go from here on the IHF?
On the IHF, your next sample will be number 311 Alpha, and it will go into the left-hand side, which is port 1. And we're going to try and stick by the nominal timeline there. That time for you comes up at 4 hours and 35 minutes. That is to say, 2 days, 4 hours, 35 minutes. Your first sample, 311A.
Okay, so you're skipping 304, huh?
Yeah, that's right, Byron. We're going to skip 304. We're going to have our first sample as 311 Alpha.
Okay, very good. I know it's coming up here in about 30 to 40 minutes. We've got a GHF DLE, so as you know, we're still not really in a go state with the GHF, so stand by for instructions there.
Yep. And Byron, on the GHF, we'd just like to have you try it again.
Okay, what do you mean by that? Do you want me to do a resume GHF enter?
Stand by, Byron.
Roger.
And Byron, we'd like to have you on the GHF at 240 to do 800-2. And that's the start GHF enter.
Okay, you want that done at 240, correct?
That's affirmative.
Yep, copy that. Okay, now you guys know that when Ulf put the samples in here, he got that this is a stall or stop on the GHF, which said either do a resume enter or a halt 31 enter.
Okay, we're losing a little bit of comm here, Byron. Could you repeat?
Roger, you know when Ulf did the first GHF sample, he got a stop 6-36, which says evacuation not completed. And our crew action here says if the GHF ops light is flashing to do a halt GHF 31 enter or a resume GHF 31 enter.
The resume is correct.
Okay, do you want me to do that now or wait till 240?
Wait until 240.
Yeah, Byron, we just got an explanation. The HTT will be using the vacuum system, and there's a kind of complicated interleaving of all these resource requirements. So we'd like you to do that resume GHF only at the scheduled time for that, I believe it's 2 hours, 40 minutes of today's shift. And just leave it flash until that time.
Got it. The analog video tape changed in what?
We copy. And Byron, we've got you here for about 20 more seconds, and we'll see you at 2 plus 43 with S-band.
Okay, very good. Sounds good. Talk to you later.
And Space Lab Marshal Ops, we've got you for 53 minutes.
Okay, Bill, loud and clear.
And Byron, we have Jan Freeberg enabled, and when you're ready on the 330, he's standing by.
Okay, he's up in the mid-deck right now. I'll be back in a moment.
Okay, copy on. Thank you.
Marshall, Space Lab from CS2.
Go ahead, Byron.
Okay, bring up to date. The VTR changeout was complete on schedule. The GHF resume enter was given at 2:41, and its ops flight is on steady now, and I've got the equipment out and ready to start on Jan Freiberg's experiment, 330.
Okay, Byron, and he is standing by.
Okay, and just for one little word of comparison, it's a whole lot easier to make a PB&J sandwich on the ground than it is up here, believe me.
Repeat, Byron.
But it's a whole lot easier to make a peanut butter and jelly sandwich on the ground than it is up here.
We copy, Byron.
There's no Velcro on the bread.
Do you have any idea what it is that's producing that odor in your food locker?
No, I sure don't. Don't worry, however.
Yeah, we
Doesn't
talked.
have to be a concern, Mike.
We talked to Capcom, and they don't seem to have any ideas. At least they haven't heard anything from any previous crews who've had a comparable load.
I just didn't want you to think it's enough to worry about. It's just a minor thing that's noticeable.
Okay, yeah, we copy.
And I've repressed the sow. It's holding at 0.94 or so right now.
And Byron, you're breaking up a little bit. Or Owen, I'm sorry.
Just reported the sow is table retracted and it's repressurized to about 0.94 atmospheres, and it's holding there for the leak check now.
Okay, we copy that. Thank you.
Okay, Marshall from the Space Lab from PS2. We're up to step 1.11 now on the experiment 330.
Okay, Byron, we copy, and we're trying to bring Jan Vreeberg on air to ground. Be able to discuss any questions you might have with him. Space Lab, we have some good news for you, Byron. We've just got some data from the MSDR through KU band, and the GHF and the HTT are both pumping down normally and are starting their operations.
Okay, that's real good. We like to hear that. Marshall off Space Lab, a detail for the SAL people.
Go ahead, Byron.
Okay, this is Owen. It's a detail on the repressurization of the scientific airlock. It's all repressed up normally. I do note, however, that at the conclusion of the repress SAL steps, that's on page 7-17, that it leaves the airlock reg inlets open. I would have thought that they probably wanted that nitrogen line to the airlock closed again. It's not a big deal, but you might check to see if you want it left open the way I've got it right now.
Okay, we'll check and see if they want that regulator inlet valve left open the way you have it now instead of closed. Is that what you wanted?
That's correct.
Okay.
And Mike, you may want to get the Mocha people to look at that if they're the ones you're following.
Exactly, right. In fact, we have Capcom listening in here. You can ask him if you like. Owen, yeah, we have the MCC looking into that right now.
Okay. Okay, Marshall, we're about to run the film leader through here on the camera.
Okay, copy, Byron.
We got a good LED indication of film transport.
Roger, we copy.
Okay, we're about ready to do the camera and the rotation start here. We're sitting now with kind of a fluid, like an air bubble sort of in the middle attached to the forward end for the 330 PI. It looks like the majority of our fluid is in the aft part of the container, so it's really pretty much like the meniscus right now. And if y'all are ready, I'll go ahead and start it here shortly and give you a voice mark on start and then a voice mark for the meniscus to bubble and bubble to annuloid.
Okay, and we're working to get Jan enabled. Byron, stand by.
Okay, here we go.
Yes, Space Shuttle PI. Yes, this is Space Shuttle PI. Do you read me?
Okay, Roger, read you loud and clear, Jan, and I've just started your rotation now, and I've got my stopwatch going. It's been 7 seconds. We still have a meniscus.
Okay, thank you, Brian. Can you tell me what the step number is?
I don't want to take my eyes off it right now. We've just started the rotation up of the cylinder.
Okay, thank you.
It's coming up to a bubble shortly. We never really went to a bubble stage. It's going to an annulus now, it looks like. It's pretty much fully developed. The bubble is touching both ends. We never had a real distinct change to bubble and then an annulus. It just kind of grew from one end on out, Jan.
Okay.
Very slow, even transition.
Is the surface getting steady?
Say again, please?
Is the surface getting steady?
Yes, the field is steady now. It didn't take very long at all to become steady.
Okay, thank you. Can you see anything of the tracer movement?
Yeah, the tracers are quite visible in here.
Very good.
And go ahead and start the oscillation now because it looks like we have a steady flow of field. Okay, I started the oscillation and it's a 0 amplitude and I see no disturbance whatsoever in the fluid.
Thank you.
Space Lab Houston with an answer on your airlock reg inlet valve when you're ready.
Go ahead.
Roger, Owen, we'd like to leave that valve closed as just a precaution against any possible nitrogen leak and only open it for the sal repress.
Okay, that sounds reasonable and the procedures just have an omission on that point.
Roger, understand. We do want it closed now.
Okay, and for the 330 PI, we're about to start the rotation back to 0. Ready, mark. The rotation slowing down, it's still an annulus. Okay, as it slows down now, we still have an annulus and it's almost stopped. Now it's collapsing to a bubble. Ready, mark.
Okay, thank you.
About 22 seconds.
Mm-hmm.
in the middle, Jan. It is not a meniscus.
Yes, that's one of the difficulties. Could you induce motion to get all the liquid to one end? If need be, you should take out the container and collect all the liquid at one end, because it's imperative that that you start out as a meniscus for the next step.
Okay, well, let me try. How about if I oscillate a little bit? Wait for the camera to stop here. It shouldn't be long now. And from the PS to 330 PI, it looks like there's no further motion. I'm going to go ahead instead of wasting film here. Okay, the oscillation won't do it. It's 2 weeks. I'll have to pull it back out and swing it by hand, I think, to get it back to a meniscus, Jan.
Yes, please do that.
Okay, Marshall Ops from the Space Lab, PS2 to the 330 PI. If you copy 330 Jan, we've got, I was able by just pulling the FTM in and out to get about 2/3 of the liquid at the aft end plate. There's still about 1/3 up at the top. It doesn't seem to matter what you do. It still wants to form really an air bubble right in the middle rather than have a true meniscus.
Okay, Byron, yes, I understand. So that seems to be the most stable condition. Okay, then the best way is to proceed with the next step.
Roger, we're doing that. Okay, I'm ready to start the camera now and the plate oscillation mark. We got 2 hertz in, slow ramp.
Okay.
Yeah, I see an axisymmetric mode with the center coming up and the outsides going down. It's developing more and more. That's really the first axisymmetric mode. Now it looks like we're going into the higher modes, Mark.
Byron, can you clearly identify the different mode shapes?
Yes, it's quite clear. Right, so now we're in the higher modes. It looks like we're getting an even harmonic again at a much higher frequency now. Okay, it looks like we're now in steady state.
Is it a simple mode, you think, or do you see a number of modes together?
It looks pretty simple. There isn't much happening around the circumference. It's hard to tell. It's really along the axis. And let me check and see if it's in or out of phase here. Looks like it's an out of phase mode. It's really difficult to tell.
Yes, I can imagine.
When I'm looking at it, I see the end at the bottom of my view, and so the top of the bubble is really towards the front of the chamber, and both the top and the bottom of the bubble are oscillating in phase.
I copy.
And I take it back. It looks like it's pretty much an in-phase oscillation. Difficult to judge. You'll have to see that on the film. Okay, I'm ready to go to 0 hertz now.
Okay.
We're slowing down, Mark. It's still the same mode. Just the mode looks the same right now. Okay, I didn't see quite so much of a distinction in the mode change as I slowed down from 2 hertz as when I speeded up, when I sped up from 0.
Okay, so the...
Okay, and it was steady as the camera stopped. Okay, during the slowdown, I couldn't see any change in the mode of oscillation.
I copy.
Down to step 2.1. Okay, now the problem we have here is, as you know, we've got the camera light on at 92 frames or 92 second interval now. Start about 0.5 hertz.
Okay.
Here we go. Looks like it's higher than 0.5. We're still out of step, so it's higher than 0.6. Growing now at 0.7. Still out of phase, so we're below it. At 0.8, the amplitude is growing, but it's still out of phase.
Do you have the idea that you are getting closer to an oscillation resonance?
I think so. At 0.9, it's still out of phase. Like the amplitude hasn't grown too much, John, but the phase is slowly shifting here, so we get an in-phase signal.
Yes, and still essentially the bubble moving to and fro. Is that correct?
Say again, please.
It's essentially a bubble moving in or out of phase is the oscillation. Is that correct?
Okay, 1.1 hertz looks a little closer. Let me go up a little more and see if we can find the crossover. The oscillations are quite gentle. I'm seeing a displacement of maybe 7 to 8 millimeters, maybe 10 millimeters.
I didn't copy that, Byron. Could you repeat that, please?
1.15. And looks like we're close to the resonant frequency, but it's difficult to tell. There's no large change in the amplitude.
Yeah, it may be that it takes a little bit longer to resonate. Why don't you find the best frequency and continue with step 2.4 then? And maybe later on we can go back and search at the lower frequencies and take some more time.
Okay. Call it 1.15 hertz.
I repeat, 1.15.
Firm. Okay, we're ready to start the camera and stop the plate oscillation. And the entire bubble damps out in about 2 to 3 seconds, John, and it becomes motionless in a hurry.
Yes, that's what I feel.
Okay, ready for the rotation of the rear plate now?
Yes, please continue, Byron. Very good. Well, maybe you should wait a little bit longer, say about half a minute to get it very quiet liquid.
Okay, well, I just finished it, and it was quiet when it started.
Okay, you can see it probably best when you look at the tracer motion. If they are immobile, I think you can proceed.
Roger that, and we're now spinning at 5 hertz. Have a lovely annulus developed.
Byron, can you check the rotational speed? It should be 5 RPM.
Thank you. So it's spinning pretty fast. Okay, it's slowing down now, Jan, and we're coming into a bubble phase again. Mark.
Okay. Are you going to step 2.7 Now, what step are you on?
Affirmative, 2 points split.
Right. Byron?
Yes, go ahead.
I think it's best to start with the oscillation frequency around 1.15, the one you found before, rather than the 0.6 that's in the procedures.
Yeah, I just back through again to make sure I really understand what's happening here. Hey, it looks like the amplitude doesn't vary much, anywhere from 0.7 to 0.8 up to about 1.2 hertz. I think I was mistaken before. I think you really want the out of phase portion, right? When it's 180 out for the resonance.
Okay, do you see a lot of difference between the previous case?
No, the amplitude doesn't change much at all. It's just a very slow phase shift as we go up in frequency.
I see.
You'd like it when the phase of the bubble is just out of phase.
Did you approach the rotation from the lower frequencies? I mean, did you see a progression in the getting in phase of the bubble motion?
I'm sorry, say again, please.
Can you repeat that, please?
I did not copy your last transmission, over.
My question was whether you see a getting in phase of the bubble motion when you go to higher frequencies.
Okay, I still missed that, but you're talking about the bubble motion as we go to higher frequencies.
Yes, do you think that the resonance will be at the still higher frequencies than the 0.9 that we are reading now? Oh, disregarded, Byron. I'm reading out all data on the screen.
And Byron, are you copying?
We're looking. Roger, Bill, go ahead.
Yeah, Byron, are you copying us okay?
Yeah, that's a good copy.
Byron, can you tell me what step you are at the moment?
Yeah, right, we're still at 2.7 here, and yes, we're looking for the spot. People is out of phase with the cylinder.
I copy.
You know, that was the question. Do you want me to photograph it when the bubble is out of phase with the cylinder?
Yes, do that and proceed. Byron, I think we are running a little bit behind, but you shouldn't worry about that because it's better to save some film, possibly for later opportunities.
Here we go. Spinning up now to 25 from 6 RPM.
I copy.
There it is. We have a bubble now. And it's just not quite touching the cylinder walls. Add an annual.
The objective is to film the transition from meniscus to bubble, but since there is no meniscus to start with, I would like you to film, say, a transition to a definitely different shape if you can.
Okay, Roger. The bubble just very slowly grows until it becomes an annulus here at 25. Still not quite separated at the end. Looks like it takes about 25 seconds.
Okay. So what you say is there's really no point in filming, say, in the middle of the run, because it's a gradual transition to a bubble, to an annuloid.
Correct. Confirm, it's a very slow, steady, very predictable transition.
At the end, are there some oscillations generated when it becomes the most of the annuloid?
It's negative. It's just a real slow, steady transition.
Do you see any flow inside that should mark a transition?
I don't know. Stand by. I'll take a look here. Yes, there is some. As it's very slow, it seems to away from the center along the axis of rotation, and the fluid slowly spreads out along the plates on the outside.
Okay, I copy. Maybe then you should get that particular section when you have gone back and spin up again.
Say again, please. Jan, I didn't copy that last one. Please say again.
Okay, I think you're still at the 25 RPM, and I'm ready now to go back to the 6 RPM, and then start up again to the 25 RPM. I think that you...
Okay, Roger, that's what I'm doing. I'll try and film it about partway in between.
I didn't get all that, Byron, but use your judgment to get most discontinuous or most high magnitude fluid motion that you have found in that region.
Roger. I started filming at about 18 seconds or so of the circulation as it grew up to an annulus.
Okay.
And Space Lab, we have about 2 more minutes.
Okay. There's an interesting shape variation now as we oscillate at 25 RPM. I'm oscillating at 0.8 hertz, and it sort of looks like it's changing from an egg from one side to the other. Interesting flow patterns.
Oh, that's very good, Byron. So finally we are getting some resonance somewhere. Byron, could you try to give the frequency at 25 RPM before you go LOS?
Roger, I'm working on it. It looks like about...
And Space Lab, we'll see you at 3 plus 52. You have 25 seconds left.
Okay, very good. How much time do I have left on this portion of the run? Quite a bit or not?
17 seconds in the pass.
Okay, very good. We'll be talking to you later. Looks like about 0.83 hertz would be the oscillation frequency here.
83 hertz. Okay, I copy that, Byron. Thank you.
And Space Lab Marshal Ops, we've got you through Aurora for about 3 minutes, and we've got some traffic for Owen.
Okay, I'm ready to copy, Bill. Go ahead.
Okay, we'd like to have you set up the TV camera per TV 22 in the TV Ops book. That's page 1-38. And this is so we can watch you do the CPAC operations.
Okay, before we do that, of course, we've got the Experiment 28 coming up, but I'll try to get that set up. Now, you want to watch the inside activities on 28, I guess.
That's affirmative, and Mike's got some other data for you.
Okay, quick call. The image intensifier camera works fine. I got the first roll during that last 9 pass, just sort of a general survey toward the tail area.
We copy, thank you.
That's excellent news, Owen. Thanks very much. We have something for you on the material science if you're ready to copy. The MSDR people tell us that we are ready for IHF operations anytime you are. And if you'll copy some numbers, I'll tell you what our first 2 samples are going to be so that you can get to those as soon as you're done with Experiment 28. First, your gloves.
Mike, but after 28 comes CPAC, so I don't think I'll be able to get to it right now.
Okay, fine. Well, perhaps Byron might be able to get to it when he has some assigned time for sample 311 alpha.